Hey, and here we are. Alright. Should be all good. Here, let me just get some music going in the background. It should be decent. Just make sure these audio levels are doing alright. Think they're looking good. Alright. There we go, there we go. Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah. If anyone ends up in chat, don't be afraid to let me know if the audio seems a little imbalanced. But yeah, pretty much doing exactly what the title of the stream is. Gonna be working on some modeling. I've got this done already. Nothing too crazy, but sort of the start of the room. I do have these lights in, but these lights are just placeholder right now, just so I can get an idea of what the textures look like under lighting. And then later on, when I actually start modeling out all the individual lighting fixtures, then we can start figuring out exactly where and how we want the lighting to look. First thing though, I think I want to try to model some curtains over here. Well, I'm not the best at 3D modeling. I have been working on my abilities for a while at this point, so I'm hoping to not be too awful. For now, just go for a little while, see if anyone joins, and go from there. Now, let's see. I believe I could probably... Oh, hey! Yo, how you doing? I see you there in the chat. You got ads interrupting the music. I'll try and keep that to a minimum. But, hey, how you doing there? First viewer of the stream. Right now I'm just working on something simple. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're liking it so far. This seemed like a great way for me to still get some streaming in my schedule while also getting a chance to make some progress on my projects. But yeah, just starting off with something relatively simple, nothing too complex. I've had this idea for a while, and I've wanted to work on it for quite some time, but I've just never found the time, or I've always been worried about how it would turn out. But now that I've really started to work a little more with 3D and Blender in general, I've really started to build up my confidence in my 3D abilities. So now I'm excited to see how this goes. Oh yeah, definitely some FNAF 2 inspiration here, especially with the hallway over here and everything. We've got some test lights in the environment right now. right now these are mostly just here as placeholders to see how everything looks in a final render state without, without having to worry about finalizing the lighting quite yet. Yeah, I'm planning on taking a decent bit of inspiration from a lot of different games, both official FNAF games and fan games. Trying to find a good mixture of what works. Alright, now I'm trying to figure out how to model some curtains. That doesn't look too bad. I think I should probably add something around here in the middle. I believe I should be able to just do that. And this. There we go, get those all nice and lined up. Story-wise, I'm not thinking, it's not too much like FNAF 2, at least in the story. A little bit of, I don't know, what would I compare it to? Probably most inspired by Ultimate Custom Night as far as story goes. Without going too much into spoiler territory, I'd say that's the most apt comparison. But I will say, design-wise, the animatronics will definitely carry over some serious FNAF 2 vibes and inspiration. Probably a little bit of inspiration from a lot of the different generations, but FNAF 2 will definitely be a noticeable inspiration with them. Feel free to let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet, or if something needs a little bit of rebalancing. This isn't going too bad so far. Feels great to actually have a viewer here. You know, I'm pretty new to the streaming world, so I don't usually see a whole lot of people stopping in on my streams, so it always feels good to see someone. It is funny. I've tried doing a mix of both gaming and art-based content streams, and I always kind of assumed the gaming ones would do better since that's such a broad popular topic, and it feels a lot easier to sit down and watch someone do that and stay entertained. Ugh, more ads, God, man. Gotta find a live stream of nice music that doesn't play ads in the middle. But yeah, you know, surprisingly, my art streams are definitely doing, statistically at least, a little better. Alright, I think that looks pretty good. You see from the window, or at least from the camera here, you can't make out the edges, so that's probably enough subdivisions at least. And now we can figure out materials. So this is going to be some sort of rope, this is going to be some sort of cloth. So currently I have 4 animatronics planned. You know, pretty standard, but I do want to make sure that they're relatively unique. Let's see. But yeah, currently I think I have 3 modeled and ready to go, and I'm working on a 4th one. Oh hey, new chatter. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Always nice to see more people here. Right now I'm just working on modeling some curtains. I believe I should be able to add a little bit of noise to this with the right modifier using a noise texture. Oh hey, happy birthday! Thanks for choosing to stop in on your birthday. Oh hey, another chatter. Wow, 3 people. It feels crazy. So quickly too. Oh hey, welcome to the stream. I hope you guys enjoy your stay here. Now right now it looks pretty crazy, but if I just turn down that strength somewhere maybe there. Yeah, and then if I add one more level of one subdivision, should be able to get a little bit of noise and wrinkles. So far, nothing real game developy, I guess. I've been doing all like the back end stuff. I've got like a whole bunch of notes in my phone, writing out all the details and kind of planning out what everything's gonna look like. I got the story, the lore, kind of a breakdown of what each of the knights is gonna be and how they're gonna play out. And I've then gone and modeled most of the characters. I currently have 3 of the animatronics fully modeled and ready to go. The 4th one is going to be a little more complex. There's a good chance that I'll start modeling him at some point here later on in this stream. But right now I figured I'd get a kickstart on working on the environment. Yes, this is the office currently. Or at least it is in its current state. working on filling it out. Right now we've got we've just got like the basic stuff, you know, walls, ceiling, floor, table. Got some test lights just for figuring out what the base environment is going to look like. But don't worry, pretty soon this will be fully filled with a whole bunch of details and all the stuff we need. Oh, so right now I don't have any of the extra rooms for like stages or hallways done yet. I figured I'd get started with, you know, the office, that being, since that's like the main place where the game's going to take place and everything's going to happen there. So, I'm starting with this, and then from here I'm going to start building out like hallways and rooms, stage rooms somewhere, all that stuff. So, for the most part, I want to start off with kind of filling it with the mechanic tools. You know, like all like the doors and levers and tools and all the stuff that you need for the actual game. And then I'm planning on filling it up with, like, you know, posters, wires, old decorations, some like lore related little details, papers, all that sort of stuff. You know, I really want to fill out this room. Right now, it definitely feels quite empty, but I plan on making it feel very cluttered. I want it to feel very, very messy, very full, very overflowing. I think that looks pretty good. We got a little bit of noise in here. Make these materials look a little wrinkly. Ooh, yes, definitely. Going for like an old school like an old school pizzeria kind of vibe. And it's gonna feel very very like over what's the word? Why am I struggling to think of the right words? Very cluttered, I guess was probably be the right word. Almost like it feels like someone's been living here for some reason. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the subscribe. That's great. Huh, I wonder... I don't know why I didn't update on the stream. I'm still trying to, get everything organized and make sure everything is working properly. Alerts should be coming through for subscribers and tips, but it looks like maybe the subscriber one is not working properly. Ooh, yeah, that could be a good idea. I'll definitely look at that. I really need to practice my plant and nature modeling a lot, so that would be a great excuse to force myself to do that. Plus, that would probably help bring some much needed color to this room once everything starts coming in. Hey, thanks for the subscribe. Thank you guys so much for the support. It means a lot. I don't know why the alert for subscriber isn't coming out. I should have that all set up. I know I figured it out at some point. I do apologize. I am still new to the streaming world. Here, let me take a moment and check those and make sure those are working properly. Let's see. Let's see, can I... Let me just... Alright. Looks like that's causing me some trouble. I'm definitely going to need to take some serious time and look over my streaming stuff again. Oh yes, there will most definitely be animatronics. I can guarantee you that. Ooh, sea animals, that's a fun idea. I'll have to think about that. I've got a few of the characters ready to go. I could definitely look at making some sea animals. I'll have to keep that in mind. Oh yeah, definitely. I could definitely do that. Make sure the posters feel tattered and worn and old. Now, it's been a minute since I've made a good cloth texture, but I do think I know how to do it. Let me start by checking these. So, seeing as this is my first time doing a project like this, I figured I'd keep it pretty standard in terms of nights at the very least. So, currently in my mind, I have 6 nights planned. There's going to be the base 5 nights, which take place over the course of the main game and the main story, and then there's going to be little in-between games, the style of which I'm not quite certain of yet, but there will be little in-between games. And then, depending on how you play those base nights, there will be a 6th night that you can unlock to get more lore. But yeah, that's currently the plan. That's an interesting idea. I have been going back and forth on what I want to do for the jump scares. I definitely want to make them feel like proper jump scares and definitely carry a lot of inspiration from the original games. I'll probably do a whole combination of a bunch of them with some personal unique flair in there, just to make sure it doesn't feel too repetitive. Alright, we got sort of the base color and base material in here. If I make this a little bigger, something like that. Ooh, big message. It's like stuff moving and breaking, and at the end of the game, the secret ending is like the place goes on fire. And that was to kill you. Ooh, so ending-wise, I do have some endings in mind, and you're not too far off. There is definitely a big planned event where there's sort of a bad ending that takes place if you beat just the original Five Nights, but then some extra fun stuff will be happening if you beat the 6th night and you unlock more of a conclusive ending. Kind of like what you're saying. So currently, I haven't finalized any names for the animatronics yet. Maybe later in the stream you guys could help me out with that. That would be fun. Nothing too specific. I probably want to keep it, sort of in the friendly whatever. I don't know. Name-wise, definitely still going back and forth, but once we start going over the characters, we can definitely look at figuring that out, because that is an important step that I've always struggled with. Coming up with names for characters has never been my strong suit. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to add in, there we go, get some grime and extra detail in on this thing. See, how does it look like here? Ah, interesting. I think I'm doing this texture wrong. Something is making it almost glow. I wonder. Yeah, that's so weird. I wonder what did I do wrong there? Let me take a good look at that. Alright, let's see. This isn't... I didn't accidentally set this material to emissions, right? Oh, I'm an idiot. That's what it is. I gotta plug that back into the principal BSDF. Alright, there we go. I was wondering what was going on. Okay, that looks a little closer. A little too reflective for proper cloth, though. I think I need to turn the roughness up. Only about a 0.7. That seems about right. And then futz with these. Let's see. Get these nodes out here. else is there going to be? Like a kind of Freddy... Fred and... That's a fun name. I like it. Might add that in as a joke somewhere. So currently, I guess I will say, it is definitely, while it is fully inspired by a lot of the characters, I want to try to keep them relatively original. So all of the animals that I've picked to represent the various animatronic characters are all going to be completely unique to this game, to try to force myself to come up with more unique styles and unique systems for them, to help, you know, give it a little bit of personality. Ooh, my favorite FNAF song. Oh, that's a hard one to pick. I've been listening to that music for years and years of my life, ever since I was really young. And it feels kind of crazy that, I guess, because of that, it's kind of stayed as one of my go-to genres of music to listen to. But currently, I think... What was that one called? I've got one in mind. I can't remember the name of it. What does it go? Maybe Stuck Inside. I don't know. I know some people like to make fun of that one, but I don't know. Something about it really just does it for me. Oh, not bad. Not a bad choice. Tryhard Ninja, he's put out some good stuff. I haven't checked checked on that guy's channel in a minute. I remember I was listening to his stuff on loop whenever I was younger. He was definitely a staple in my musical tastes for quite a big chunk of my life. Alright, I think the one thing I think is I need to make this curtain a little thinner. And then make this thinner and bring it out this way. And let's apply those positions. Voila. Bring that a little closer to here. Now in the preview, there we go. Starting to look good. That's a fun little design thing. These things sort of coincidentally line up with one another. Creates a good sense of flow with consistency. Or at the same time, it might confuse the viewer. so many little design things like that you got to think about. You don't really think about them originally, but you're like, ah, man, yeah. All right, I think that's the curtain mostly done. I might actually add one more thing of noise to that. This is a part of modeling that I never really thought I'd get all that into, but I've really been enjoying, was figuring out how all of these node systems work. It's been a lot of fun. Plug that there, plug that into the bump node, and plug that into the base color. Give that a second to load. Hopefully it doesn't crash my computer. Oh, alright. There we go. And now we can add another layer of grime and filth and detail. I think I need to move these somewhere around over here. There we go. Love that bump node. It's so handy. It does look like I need to invert it. There we go. Oh yes, definitely. Once these curtains are done, I will definitely be jumping into some doors. Those are something that I definitely need to get done. Yeah, some tips. Well, right off the bat, one of the biggest things, one of like the biggest tips I want to give when it comes to making good FNAF fan games, based on my research, preparing for this project, I'd say making sure to balance the mechanics is very important. Because usually, you'll create your characters, give them mechanics, and then slowly introduce them as the game goes on, or maybe they'll be introduced all at once. I've seen some games do that. And then you'll kind of scale up their speed or their difficulty as the nights go on. But you really need to playtest your game and get other people to playtest the game to make sure that as it gets more difficult, it doesn't become impossible, Or making sure that you're not too reliant on complete random chance, Or if you are, make sure you add in little things here and there to help balance things if things happen to become a little too unfair. Oh, and yes, I will definitely be adding mini-games to this game. In between every night, there will be some fun little mini-games. Definitely inspired by, like, FNAF 2 and 3's little 8-bit mini-games, but I definitely want to add a little bit more sauce and meat to how those games go compared to the originals. So I'm trying to make a game, and I'm trying stuff that I want to do for the game, and I need to make the game. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, it's really fun getting into that early development, process where you're getting to just like come up with ideas and thinking of all the things you want to implement and planning them all out in your head. And then it can be difficult once you do reach that point where it's time to actually start making the game itself. But hey, if you really enjoy the process, you'll be able to do it. I believe in you. All right, but I think that's the curtain good. It's nice and all warbly and dirty. And now, time for this rope. And first off, I need to make it a little thinner. Apply its transforms. And I'm going to do something similar here, similar to the curtain, but different. I'd say by far, out of like all the different nodes that are always being used on Blender, I definitely say the color ramp is the most used node ever. That's an interesting idea. Some fun little randomized glitches. That could definitely be a fun way of implementing replayability. I'll definitely have to look at that. I like that idea. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely gonna be some good old-fashioned camera systems. I'll probably be setting up entire rooms and all just for those cameras. Right, I believe if I Control-Shift-Click, then yeah, I can get a preview of this. Leave a little bit of bleed. Make it bigger. I can duplicate this. Let's get a mix. But then this one, oh yeah, I gotta make sure I open up those panels. Then which, there we go. Start getting some overlay there. Try to do a bit of a crisscrossy pattern. Like in Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and like infected ripping your body apart. Ooh, interesting. We found some really vicious really vicious jump scares. Because I hear him he's a character. It sounds like you had it rough with with the puppet there. These lines are getting really squished. I wonder what that's about. I think... There we go. Okay, there we go. Starting to get that sort of crisscrossy pattern. I wonder if I change these to both be 45 degrees. Maybe. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. There we go. It's going to start feeling like ropes soon. Hey, Holly. I hope that's how you say your name. Welcome to the stream. Oh, it looks like we have some disagreements in the chat about Balloon Boy. Makes sense. You see a lot of people go back and forth on their opinions of that guy. Hope the music balance is doing all right. Hope everything is relatively clear audio-wise. Good to see some discussion in the chat, though. Love seeing that there's actually enough people here to talk. There we go. Gonna need to turn up that roughness. We're gonna need to get another bump node. There we go. Maybe make that more of a 0.8. Alright, and I know there's some other functions here we can mess with to make it look a little bit more natural. Oh yeah, I remember JJ. That was crazy. That was one of those one of the first big FNAF Easter egg things that I ever saw and was like, whoa, it's crazy. Oh, that's interesting. There's... How many of there? There are like 3 of those balloon characters. There's BB, JJ, and then, what was it, Ultimate Custom Night that introduced Dee Dee? Something like that. Oh yeah, Shadow Freddy, that's a classic. Those shadow animatronics were always so freaky to me. But I love that Scott would just add in those kinds of crazy little rare Easter eggs. Here we go. We can start getting some distortion. Detail scale. Maybe we'll bring the distortion down a little bit. Or bring the Maybe bring the detail scale up to a 10. Yeah, it should work. Maybe a little too much. Or maybe I'll just bring that back down a little bit. I mean, considering how far away the camera is from that rope, it'll probably look fine. Alright, I think I should be able to add in some dirty texture here too. There we go. Duplicate that. There we go. All right. Now, Control T that. Switch over to Object. Oof, always takes a bit of a second to load. I always get a little worried that it's gonna crash everything. There we go. Start getting some of that in. Checking. Wow. Chat's moving fast. I guess fast compared to how I usually see chat moving. Alright guys, I think we should steer the conversation to be a little... Maybe we should, keep the chat a little more focused, on what's going on, Alright. Alright, let's see. Hey, do you guys have any, you guys got any Blender experience? Got any other up-and-coming 3D artists? Oh yeah, I can't speak today. The game's coming along pretty well, trying to make good progress. Actual development hasn't made a whole lot of progress, but that's mostly just because I want to really try and make as much progress beforehand as I really want to get all of the pre-prep stuff done before I really jump into actual coding and development of everything. That way I can really simplify that process as much as possible. There we go. Sometimes it's good to just zoom out, sometimes you can get a little too in the weeds of everything, if you take a moment, zoom out, see what it actually looks like from here, and make some adjustments as needed. And this is what we got so far. Ooh, a phone guy. I definitely do have a phone guy type mechanic I'm planning on implementing. You always gotta have some sort of phone guy stand-in. Alright, but I think that texture's looking pretty good. I think, yeah, I can go ahead and do this. And then grab, lock to the x-axis, and move right over there. Something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines over. Pretty much just lined up with that. Maybe a little bit more off to the side. Whoa, zoomed out there. Alright. Camera view. That looks pretty good. Oh yes, we're going to have some all new animatronics this time around. They're gonna be completely new. In fact, I really wanted to try to avoid basing the characters for this game off of any of the pre-existing ones, so all new, all unique animals. Alright, Krez. I think something's going on. You alright? So right now I've got an owl, red panda, and a deer as the 3 characters that are fully done and ready to go. And you know, I've tried to base their animal designs and what animals they are based on the kind of personality that they would have at this kind of establishment, and then that'll then in turn influence the kind of mechanics that they'll have and how you gotta beat them. Alright, yeah, there we go. This is looking good. I think that's the curtains pretty much done. I'm a little worried about that there on the floor, but I mean the table perfectly covers it up, so we should be all good. And now I think I can go back over to this view, and I think we can start working on what the doors will look like. Oh, hey, that's all right. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Talk to you later, though. Ooh, the wolf as Golden Freddy. That could be interesting. I assume you're talking about the wolf from the book series, or maybe just maybe you just mean a wolf in general. That could be interesting. I didn't think about that, but yeah, there aren't really a lot of wolf animatronic characters. That could be a fun choice. Hey, thanks for that. Yeah, of course. Currently, I'm going back and forth on where all the game is going to release. Definitely itch.io guaranteed. I would like to also get it out on Game Jolt, just because that's the home of all FNAF fan games. And depending on how everything goes, maybe I'll have the money to also put it up on Steam. But yeah, hopefully, you can keep an eye out for it. Yeah. I'll definitely be posting stuff on my channel whenever production starts really coming along. Ooh, that's a fun idea. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Cheetahs are known for being quite fast. It would make sense to have one as a stand-in for the quick running character. Currently I don't really have a Foxy type in this game. Maybe that's something I should look at. I could always add more characters, flesh out more mechanics, as long as they all fit well within the constraints of the game. But okay, I think we've now got an open hallway, we've got some curtains, so I think now we can start working on those doors. Specifically, the one for this doorway, right over here. Let's start figuring out some basic stuff. And, ooh, yes, I do have some plans for withered type animatronics. Alright. I wave to you too, Gruz. Hope you enjoyed your stay. But yes, withered animatronics, I definitely want to find a way of implementing a variant of those. Names currently, I don't really have any names picked out yet, but I do want to name them eventually. Maybe I can get some help with that. You know, that would be a fun little thing to do. Definitely gonna go back and forth on that. I've always struggled with naming characters on my own. Alright, how thick are doors? I guess I have to decide. Part of me wants to make it like, you know, the classic doors that start up here, then kind of slide and slam down. That makes the most sense mechanic-wise, you know? Or, I guess, design and story-wise. But environmentally, it would look a little nicer if it was more of a regular door. But then regular doors aren't exactly switch-activated. But, you know, we'll see. I've already got so many different wood textures. It's kind of hard to make sure that they don't accidentally blend into one another. But alright, I think don't quite add up. Here, if I switch over to this view, and for just a second, if I hide that wall, this will make this a little easier. Scale until they just about fit. Just about, something like that. Ooh, that's a fun one. I'll definitely keep that name in mind. The deer does in fact stand. He stands upon two legs like a real man. And he is, I believe, the tallest out of all of them. So that would make sense. Interesting. I'll have to keep those ideas in mind. Oh, hey, new chatter. Oh, pizza and birds. Or Chica. I guess that makes more sense. Well, welcome to the stream. Yeah, caught us while we were talking about names for characters, and I'm trying to get this door to line up just right. Alright. Well, it's a bit a bit much with the same message over and over. Let's just you know, try to keep spam in the chat down a little bit, you know, make it easier for everyone to read. Okay, that looks about right. So I'll start off with the texture of the door, just to get that out of the way. Let's see, which one of these? This one? Yeah, we'll use that as a base, but we'll create a unique wood texture just for the door. There we go. Alright, and shading. Back here again. Alright, it's not too bad as is. I think we do need to make it a little darker. Alright, sounds great. Yeah, you go get yourself some lunch. Hey, Johnny Video there. Could you limit the spam in the chat just a little bit? You know, feel free to message. You know, just keep the repeats of the same thing over and over again down to a minimum. You know, just to keep the chat clear, so it's not too cluttered. You know. Okay, we're just gonna just gonna put you in timeout. That's the first time I've ever had to do that. You know, we don't want spam in the chat. You know, on one hand, I don't like having to deal with some of that stuff and streaming, but at the same time, it feels crazy that I actually have enough people here watching that I do have to worry about that kind of stuff. All right. Let's get this bumped down a little bit. For the door, it probably only really needs to be more of a 0.1 probably. Spread out the colors a little more. Maybe make it a little lighter than what it is. Something like that. How does that look so far? That's not bad. It's not. These aren't quite sitting on the floor. I'll have to fix that real quick. It should be a pretty simple one though, at least. Hey, thanks for this. Thanks for the sub, Gamer Pro. It's always fun to see. I do have latest subscriber and like a tip notifications up on my channel, but I think something's wrong with them right now. I need to definitely take a moment in the middle or like after the stream and try to get that fixed. That way, names will start popping up there like they really should. Make puppet as an alien. That's an interesting idea. You know, I don't really have a puppet type character in this game yet, but it makes sense that I should, you know, maybe look at finding a way to add something like that. Some sort of lore-based important character. But currently we don't have anything like that, but I'll keep that in mind. Alright, I think I need to turn the roughness down on the door just a little bit. Just because the door is going to have a little bit more of this slightly glossy feel compared to some of the other ones. Not too low, but something like that. A lot of brown coloring I see here. I definitely need to start adding in more stuff to really add in a splash of color once this door is in and ready to go. And at some point I'll have to figure out how I'm going to rig this door. All right. Let's see, I guess the next thing I need to do, I need to go ahead and add in a doorknob of some kind. Let me just move that in right there. Oh wait, I almost forgot. First, I need to go through and lower these, because these aren't quite touching the ground, as I discovered. Thankfully, that should be quite simple. Just need to... Oh, God. Trying to rotate the camera around when you already have a few things selected can be a little bit of a nightmare. Now let me lock into here. Here, maybe if I flip the camera this way, this might make it a little easier. Oh, that'll definitely help. Grab, lock to the Z-axis, move to about there. There we go. Can unhide that. Perfect. Now there won't be any awkward shadows being cast down there. Now, doorknob, doorknob, doorknob. A lot of different styles of doorknobs. I'll go for something a little more simple, a little more realistic. Well, that's a fun little idea. I can definitely keep some of these in mind to add in as fun little Easter eggs and details. That could be fun. I am gonna need to fill this desk here up with something. Fill it up with little plushies, little designs of some of your guys' ideas. That could be fun. Alright, subdivision. Let's see. What do doorknobs look like? I'm trying to look around my room, look at my door. Hey, Holly, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you got your lunch. Now, let's see. So we're gonna inset like this, extrude back out. Oof. Then we need to sort of something like that in and scale up. Nope, wrong spot. Come on, loop cut. There we go. That's correct. Move that back to maybe there. Increase. Yeah, there we go. Starting to get something. Hey, thanks for the sub. That's great to see. Again, like I'm sure you've probably already heard me say, but trying to get those notifications working properly, so that way I'll be able to see and automatically know whenever people subscribe. But for right now, I'll just have to rely on you guys mentioning it in the chat. Alright, I think I can try and make a little bit of a lock here. This is just sort of the first rough draft go at it, so this will probably end up feeling and looking a little weird, but I'll be able to really start figuring it out after the fact. Shade smooth on that. Well, I gotta make it flat on this side. Alright, and then I think I just need to scale this part up a decent bit. There we go. Okay, we're starting to get to door handle territory. Oof, definitely too big for the door though. Gonna have to scale that down. Something right about there. Alright, this isn't looking too bad. Looking at the camera view, that looks pretty good. Oh hey, yeah, no, yeah, don't worry. There will definitely be an animatronic that's all about this door here. I've got everything planned out. There's an animatronic for this door, there's an animatronic for this hallway. All the stuff. All of this stuff will have its own dedicated section. Guess now that I think about it, well, no, here, once the door is fully modeled and ready to go, then I can go ahead and set it up with a rig. Once that's all set up, then I can sort of get it into its proper default pose. But next, looks like the next thing I'm going to need to do is model this handle. That'll be a fun way of adding in a new splash of color. Sort of this gold. Turn up the metal to like an 8. Turn them down the roughness to maybe like a 3 to start. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong way. 0.3. All right, sort of a baseline to go off of. I got to start with our good old friend noise texture. Always a good go-to. Now let me just copy over this color so I don't lose it when I plug this in. There we go. Start adjusting these colors. Alright, it's already looking pretty good. Turn up that detail. Some good old roughness in there. Well, I am going to need a bump node. Whew, way too strong. Turn that down to like a 0.1 at most. I think I need to invert that. There we go. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Maybe need to bring this yellow up a little bit, something like that. Same with this, make that a little lighter. Down the saturation just a bit. Oh, it's looking proper doorknob-esque. The Play Store, I'll definitely keep that in mind. I don't know if I'll be able to initially bring it out to the Play Store, but if the game gets enough recognition, you know, and does well enough, then I would definitely like to make more ports of it, you know, make it possible to be played by as many people as possible. Oh, interesting. That's a fun little tidbit. That makes sense. I'll keep something like that in mind. I do have some mechanics for the characters already kind of planned out with some basic features in mind, but I definitely will be implementing the fact that they are a deer, and deer are sometimes very stupid and can be easily startled. All right, that's looking pretty doorknob-esque. Seeing some of these lines, I think, yeah, okay. Just need to clear those sharp points. There we go. Now there's no weird edges on it. From the camera's point of view, that's pretty good. It's not too distracting. Might need to make it a little smaller though. Maybe make the textures a little bigger on it. Oh, yep, gotta make sure it's still in the door. There we go. Alright, and now just a few more little tweaks to that texture. There's something like that. There we go. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, something like that. A lot of these little details, like the inside of this, isn't really going to be seen from the perspective of the camera. It's already kind of hard to tell anyways, but it's good enough that it's easily visible from where it is. That's coming along pretty well. I think that's the door mostly modeled in now. Oh, that makes sense. I have been going back and forth on what exactly I want the end of shift sound to be. You know, knowing what like the story of the game is, I'm still kind of going back and forth on that. I'll definitely look at going inspiration-wise, you know, based on some of the games and some of their classic ending sounds. Let's see. Okay, that's the doorknob is done, so we got a door in here. It'll be repositioned whenever it's time for proper rendering. Alright, what next? Now that that door's done, I do know I'll eventually need to start adding in somewhat of a hallway and a room that way. That way when you see through these areas, it's not just a void. That's an interesting idea. I keep that in mind. I do have a mask mechanic I want to implement. Maybe that'll be one of the next things that I model. I guess I should probably start figuring out lighting. Should probably start adding in the lights here. I think do a little bit of research. What do lights in a pizza place look like? Alright. It's looking pretty good. Alright. We've got some inspiration pulled up. Now I'll go ahead and work on that. Oh, real quick, what I realized I should probably do, just to keep things organized. There we go. It's good to create plenty of folders and little collection groups and everything just to keep things organized. That's probably spelled horribly incorrectly, but as long as I know what it is. Let's see, can you upload this game in June? No, sadly, I don't believe this game will be ready by June of this year. This is probably going to take a decent bit of time for this game to be fully finished and ready to go. I will definitely be putting out an announcement, you know, try to see if I can't put together a trailer once I do know kind of when I want the game to be done by. So I'll definitely recommend keeping an eye out for that whenever that comes out. Yeah, let me just start working on this, kind of going for these classic hanging lights. Based on my 5 minutes of research, these lights seem like a pretty common style of light to go for. Start off with some basic block modeling. Kind of lay out the general idea of what it looks like. Give it a bit of a rim, go in more, move it up. And now, add a subdivision. And there we go. Select these edges. Maybe make this just a little bit wider. Move it up just a little bit. Want to make sure the light can properly escape. Well, not too much. I also want to keep a good old creepy atmosphere. Turn off that edge. And now, got to create a bit of a connection base. There we go. It's looking pretty light fixture-esque. Is that the right word? Fixture? 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 Ah, one of those. All right. Ooh, light bulb, that makes sense. Let me go ahead and get that added in. Nothing too complex, but just a basic little shape. Should still have the right coordinates copied. There we go. All right. Ah, well, no, I should move it down here just so I can get a better look at it while I'm editing it. Inset that, move that up there, inset again, extend, done, close that tab. And then I'll just select all, oh no, not that. I need to focus on that. There we go. Scale that up, move it down. Ah, all right. Pretty weird, but good enough considering the fact that it probably won't even really be seen by anyone. Definitely too big for everything, but you can pretty easily just kind of scale that down. Now let's apply these positions and rotations and all that good stuff. Now, before I texture and everything, I should probably go ahead and figure out where it'll be in here. Well, generally. Just make sure it's sitting on the ceiling. And now, I can work on proper texturing and materials. So the bulb is going to be partially seen. That's not too bad. Probably just make it an emissions item. There we go. Set it to 5. Not enough to really light too much of anything up, but still enough to make it very clear that it is in fact a light. Maybe I'll turn it down to a 3 just to be safe. Oh, wire. What might this look like? Alright. Oh, wait, I know what I should do. I already have... Where is it? Is that it? No, that's the wrong one. Not gold. Eyes, yellow, feather, gold. Handle, there we go. I'm going to duplicate that. I'm going to change its name. And then we can just use this as a base and shift the colors around. down that saturation all the way. Alright, yeah, that looks pretty good. And then I could probably... Oh, I've got other materials here. Yeah, I might be able to just use that. Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty good. Alright, now where to put the lights? I guess I should go ahead and start taking care of these other lights now. I guess I should probably put the light fixtures folder inside of the lights. Then I can add just one more thing there. Alright, let's see. Add lights, spotlight, that seems the most appropriate. Alright, Y position, that. Select this, put that there. Go ahead and close it off so I can't accidentally select the environment or the doors while I'm working on this. Oh, wait. Missing something. There we go. Okay, yeah, I gotta move that into there. Good. Camera U2. I shouldn't really be moving the camera at all. I've already got it set as its default position. Alright. Let's see. Starting out with the light. Let's figure out how strong this light needs to end up being. There we go. Let's get that up there. Blend. Really hard light, really soft light. Hard light or soft light. Let's go to a nice soft light. Might be able to turn the power down a little bit. There we go. Turn up that radius a little bit. There you go, it's not looking too bad so far. And now, what position to put it in? If I switch over to this material view, then I can a little more easily move this around. Well, I'll definitely need a couple of them. I feel like first things first, I should add one somewhere over here to kind of backlight the table where you're sitting at. You need to be able to have a good view of that. Maybe we put another one sort of over here, lighting up the bulk of the environment. Something like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm a little worried it's too dark still. I need to add in... I could add in a third one. I'm worried that might be too much, though. That's not too bad. That works pretty well. Alright, yeah. Sorry, I don't know if I don't think I know what you're talking about. I haven't kept up with the books as much. I don't think I'm gonna have a Balloon Boy. This game is definitely pulling some like visual and visual and God, man, I can't speak today. This game is definitely pulling some visual inspiration from the second game, but it is also pulling inspiration from a bunch of the games. So I'm not really gonna try to focus too much on going really hard into like making like a recreation of the second game or really any of them. Okay, I've got myself some lights. I do need to separate these. Looks like they were all mixed together. I'll hide that stuff real quick. Just go ahead and add a new group there. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It is very important you keep all your models and everything organized and clean. You know, making sure everything is well organized and in the right places makes it a lot easier for these kinds of projects. There we go. And then I'll just make it so I can't click on those. And voila. Alright, we've got some good lighting going. Here, let me see if I can go ahead and make a quick test render, see what the environment looks like once that's all properly done. And there we go. I can close that out, go to rendering. Okay, yeah, this is coming along pretty well. Looking pretty good. The reflections of the floor and the ceiling lights I'm quite liking. Helps make it a little more obvious what you're seeing. Spent a lot of time trying to get the texture of this floor to look right, but you can only see the smallest sliver of it down here at the end. This is pretty good. Might need to do a little bit more room lighting just to lighten up the ceiling a little more, but having it nice and dark seems to really pushes the creep factor. Makes it feel like you're here late at night at least. But yeah, this is coming along pretty well. It's going pretty well. I'm liking the look of this so far. But I think... Ooh, a flashlight? Yeah, that makes sense. There's definitely got to be some sort of flashlight mechanic in this game. It's a classic, it's a staple of the franchise. I am going back and forth on how I want to implement a flashlight, though. I mean, simplest way is I could just give the player a flashlight and let it kind of look around in the room, but I might also make dedicated area flashlights, you know. Kind of like in FNAF 2, I guess another form of inspiration there, where we got those giant flashlight beams that sort of stay in one place, and you got one for each area. But, you know, we'll see. I am thinking, what next? I already know some of the stuff that's needed... Ugh, man, God, keep getting so tongue-twisted. Talking so much. Throat's getting dry. I need some water here soon. But I do kind of know what the table is going to have on it. So maybe I should start looking at implementing that stuff. Maybe the floor. Because I do know that there's going to need to be a hallway to some extent here. Maybe I'll get that started. Let's change this name. Oh, I spelled that. That way I can keep these nice and organized. I don't know if I could just straight up steal the toy animatronics and add those into the game. I mean, I guess people could do it as parody, but for this particular game, I gotta keep it original. I've already got the characters in mind, so I already kind of know what they're gonna be once I get the chance to implement them. Alright. Hallway floor. Go ahead and duplicate that. Move this over to the new group. And then move that group over here. Let's see. Where? Here we go. This makes more sense. If I just grab, move on the y-axis, and I can get these to just about line up. I'm sure there's an easier way that I just don't know to get these lined up really easily. But this seems to work pretty well. There we go. Perfect. I do think I can sort of do this. And then if I apply that, there we go. Oh, that's even easier. Extend that out a good ways. Alright, don't know exactly how long the hallway's going to be, but might as well make it a little longer than it needs to be rather than making it too short. Walls, 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 walls. These can also just be duplicated over. I'm glad I have that one wall that's uninterrupted by the hallway and doors, that way I can copy and paste it over without having to worry about losing anything. Yeah, something like right there. Grab on the y-axis again. Right, again, this small little sliver here isn't going to be seen by anyone, so... Oh, wait, there we go. Didn't think about that. I guess I need to make sure it's at least over here. Yeah, there we go. I think should be able to just add a mirror modifier to this, and yeah, there we go. In which case I do need to make this floor wider. There we go. Nice. Although, maybe I should be duplicating this one over just so I can get the doorway. Here, I can just do this. More ads in the music. I feel like the stream's been going pretty well so far. We got a decent burst of activity there for a little while. Things have seriously calmed down since then, but still, it's not bad. Let's see. Okay. Alright, there we go. Should be able to get the music going again. And now let's see. Need to move these back so they're perfectly lined up again. I'll make those adjustments here in a sec. Where is it? There we go. Nope, wrong thing. There we go. Then need the x-axis. Oh, wrong. Oh, right. I immediately forgot. It's mirrored. Yeah, we can just turn on snapping. I can just rotate it like that. Perfect. And then, yep, perfect. Copy over the x-axis. And then the door frame can just be manually moved back into position. And now I just need to make sure that these line up properly so they're not overlapping too much. Oh, hey, welcome back. Yeah, yeah, no worries. You know, nothing too major. Here, let me just let me get this lined up, and I can go kind of look over what's been done here in the past times. There we go. Well, right now, pretty much just working on the hallway. We got, you know, the base room and everything. We got the door done. Curtains are done. I finally implemented the proper lighting, so we kind of know what it's going to look like here. And yeah, reorganized a few of the models. Duplicated the floor, making a bit of a hallway now. Pulling that out. So, you know, nothing too major, but still decent progress. I do see, I real quick need to fix this so it's not as visible through the curtain. Let's see, I think I should be able to just... Oh, wrong thing. Come on, loop cuts. Don't fail me now. Somewhere like there. And I'm just going to delete these faces. And then that's pretty much hidden behind there, so that should be fine. And then like that wall, I'll be able to just mirror it off of this. Well, I should be able to. There we go. Perfect. Same with these. Should be able to just link or copy modifiers. Perfect. But those aren't quite lined up. Maybe I'm doing something wrong there. I think I need to apply these things. Transforms. Look that over. See what's going on there. Because it does appear to be perfectly lined up. from here, at the very least. Oh, the door? Oh, yeah, right now, just, no, nothing really, just, you know, like a standard door. For this particular game, I kind of went back and forth on whether I should do the big mechanical doors or more traditional doors, and I think currently, at least, I'm sitting with this one. I'll probably model the other like big mechanical, you know, like classic FNAF style doors, but we'll see. For right now, though, I'm probably gonna stick with that. I wonder what's going on. Having some trouble getting the mirror modifier to work properly. Maybe I'm just selecting the wrong thing. Maybe I should select the wall. There we go. That okay, that fixed it. That was easy. I was just trying to copy the wrong thing. There we go. Alright. Got a hallway coming along. If I switch over... Yeah, there we go. You can see it pretty well. If I try... Yeah. Let's try making another test render. See how that looks. Ooh, new chatter. Oh, hey, yeah, thanks. Currently the game isn't up on any platforms or any as like pages or anything yet, but I do hope to get it up in not too long. I'll be posting update videos and hopefully eventually a trailer on my my channel, you know, to kind of promote it once a lot more progress gets made. That's sort of the hope with this live stream, is that I'll be able to get enough progress and content made that I'll actually be able to look at, you know, getting like the initial pages up, just to, you know, start some early advertising for it. Currently, I do know for a fact that I will be getting it up on itch.io, but I am also really hoping that I can figure out how to get it up on GameJolt. That shouldn't be too difficult. That one's also very likely. And then, depending on how much hype there is for the game, I might even be able to afford to put it up on Steam. Oh yes, the red curtains. I've kind of been going back and forth on that. Part of me wants to maybe implement some sort of feature like that, but at the same time, I do already have some mechanics in mind that don't utilize the red curtains, but that is still definitely a possibility. I will say I do have a lot of the early game stuff is definitely like figured out, or at the very least a lot of the pre-programming stuff is done. I've got a lot of the details, the lore, the story, the layout, you know, how everything's gonna shake out is all planned and figured out. Now the big thing is I'm working on, you know, actually getting some modeling going, gonna work on the animations, and then once I get a lot of this done, then I can actually move on to implementing everything in my program of choice, and then I can actually start seeing some real physical attainable progress being made. But yeah, right now just figuring out what a lot of this base stuff is going to look like. There we go. We got the main office done, trying to establish a bit of a hall. You know, classic FNAF and all that. And I'll probably start figuring out what this door is going to lead to, just so I Kind of have a bit of a visual down there done too. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I can start. I can go over the animatronics at some point. In fact, I have three of the animatronics done and ready to go, and I'm working on getting the fourth one done. I have a lot of ideas in mind, but I haven't actually modeled anything. So later in the stream, I could definitely reach the point where I start actually modeling the character. That could be a fun one. I'll probably need to go in and update the thumbnail of the live stream, you know, once I switch over to more stuff. But yeah, I think, let's see. Yeah, okay. I don't have lights set up in the hallway yet, but this is kind of like a preview as to what the environment will look like with lighting. Walls and things are still vacant, you know, the table's still empty. So I definitely need to take the time to really start implementing stuff there, but that won't take too much longer, and that'll really start filling it out. As is, though, I'm pretty happy with how it's coming along. Nice and moody and spooky, but still well lit enough that you can, you know, figure out what you're doing. Alright, time for the lights. Let's see. Let's start off with that. And here, let me go ahead and switch that over to the rendered view. And start figuring out where this needs to go to properly light the hall. I could probably also switch this to the rendered preview. There we go. So on one hand, I want it to be well lit enough that it, you know, makes sense. You know, you can still see a lot of the environment, understand how everything works and what it looks like. But at the same time, I don't want it so well lit that it just feels like a fully operational building. Kind of see where the light cuts off right there inside the doorway. If I kind of match this to line up those bits there, that does a decent job. But then the doorways are left pretty vacant, pretty dark. Alright, that's probably good. Now that I think about it, maybe instead I should name these based on the locations instead of based on the, what is it called? Rooms. God, can't believe I forgot the word rooms for a second there. Alright. Let me make sure these aren't interactable for just a sec. Office. And then yeah, I should be able to just delete those groups. Alright, and then the rest of these will all then be going into the new collection. Come on, there we go. hallway. There we go. Alright, that'll keep the lights a little bit more properly organized without losing anything else. There we go. That'll help. Oh, I do still need to move this over. Move that to the main hall. Okay, let's make the office not interactable. Or the lights from the office. I could probably go ahead and put the door in the office too, since that's where it is. Now that I think about it, I could just do this too. Put the office lights in the office group, but the hall lights in the hallway group. There we go, easier. Makes everything so much easier. Alright, there we go. Lights, 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 lights. So difficult. But fun. Ooh, sorry, I looked away from chat for a sec. Let me make sure I go through these. Ooh, yes, I am definitely going to be putting a good amount of stuff on the table. Currently, it's just empty, so I could, you know, I just wanted the table there to, like, kind of help fill out, because I know there's going to be a table there, and then kind of start working on the environment around. But here, very soon, I will definitely start filling the table with all the stuff that it needs, both decorative and gameplay-wise. But yeah, don't worry, that table will be filled with stuff. That's interesting. I feel like maybe that makes sense. What am I going to name the game? I'm not quite sure yet. I've been going back and forth on that. I have a lot of the story figured out, so I figured it's probably going to be inspired by that. I've always struggled with naming things, whether it's characters or games or series or videos or whatever. Naming things has always not been my strong suit. So I'm still going back and forth on that, but I will definitely make that public knowledge as soon as I figure it out. I think I got another test render going. Ah, there we go. Perfect. There we go. I'll get a better idea of how the hallway actually looks. Don't have the the end of the hallway figured out or done yet, but that's not bad. All right. Okay, I've now got the beginnings of the hallway done and ready to go. I should probably stop interacting with that for a bit. Maybe even... Nope. Oh, I just realized those aren't in the right spot. I get those all selected. There we go. Move those down to there. Then I can just hide the hallway. There we go. That's a good tip. If you're ever modeling environments, it's a good thing to keep things nice and organized, and in order to make it easy to kind of go back and forth between whatever sections of the map you're working on. I will go ahead and hide the lights just while we're modeling the environment, so that way it'll be a little less visually cluttered. Oh yes, don't worry. There is plenty of lore. I've got a lot of lore ready to go. Some of the stuff I might be modeling for this environment will actually probably include a little bit of lore details. But yes, definitely lore. All right, what's next? I can either start working on maybe party stringers details up on the roof, Maybe some wall details. Some, like, old children's art. Well, I'm gonna need to start filling out this table, so I should probably start figuring out what all I'm gonna put here. I already know some of the stuff. Maybe I should start with the really obvious, important things and then work my way from there. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. I'll keep that in mind. You know, I've really been going back and forth on how many animatronics I want. I've got 4 planned, but I could always add more. We'll see though. I'll keep that in mind. All right, table. Well, I know I'm gonna need something here, something specific. I guess I haven't figured exactly what those are gonna look like. Maybe I'll wait. BB's ice cream. Yeah, I remember that. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll start modeling some trinkets and little things first to help kind of fill out the table. I'll keep that in mind. I guess I should start off same thing that I'm doing with the room, you know, where you kind of start off with the big key things and some of the basic stuff, and then you work your way down to smaller extra details and environmental stuff. Should probably start off by modeling the stuff that I know I'm going to need here. Now, how exactly do I want these monitors or screens to look? I think that's a big thing. I guess depending on the era this game takes place in, which I guess I haven't really locked that down. That'd probably be pretty important. Here, I am going to go and look up some reference for the new stuff I'm drawing. Alright. Good reference photos, good reference photos. Switch over to this view for the actual modeling process. There we go. Now some sort of a base. There we go. That's already looking pretty good. Get a good thick back. Every good old-fashioned box TV or monitor or whatever has a nice thick back. Now to line it up with the table. Right about there. Something like that. I guess this is also a good way of finding out what all's just going to be covered up by everything sitting on the table. It's looking pretty good though. Ooh, yes, you're absolutely right. A fan would definitely do some serious good here. Ooh, every good FNAF fan game worth their salt has a good old-fashioned fan. I don't know why it took me this long to realize that. I definitely need to add a fan. Oh, I completely forgot about that song. It's a classic. Absolutely right, though. Every game needs to follow in the original's footsteps with a good old-fashioned fan. Let's see. What do these buttons usually look like? There's some boxy buttons, but usually very round buttons. So here, I think I should be able to just copy over the rotation. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Let's flatten that off a little bit. Modifier, subdivision, level of 3. Tab, select that back face. Open this page. Make that. Shade smooth. And voila. Nothing too crazy. I am seeing some of these kind of like oval-like buttons on some of these things. Maybe they were for volume or something. Either way, I'll add a couple of those. There we go. That's looking pretty good. It stands out a lot whenever it doesn't have any textures or anything yet, but that won't take too long to fix. Just a little bit of work. Yes, and a phone guy. Definitely gonna need a good old-fashioned phone guy of some variant. I think my quote-unquote phone guy stand-in will probably be a little different, considering where this game takes place and how it all works. It's definitely gonna be a bit different. How long have I been going? About 2 hours and 10 minutes. Oh, that's not bad. I think that's getting up there in terms of the times that I usually stream. I do want this stream to be longer than what a lot of my streams end up being. Yeah, definitely want to make this a long one, a good one. Give plenty of time for people to stop by. I do think here, real quick, I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to take the current latest test render. I'm going to make that the newest thumbnail. So I'll be just a moment, not too long. Just gotta go through here, customize some details. I always forget the biggest annoyance when it comes to how when it comes to making thumbnails for YouTube and everything is trying to get the image down to just the right size, because the size of the file is very limited as far as YouTube allows. Let's see. Let's go ahead and save that. Okay, I'm sorry this has taken just a minute, but there we go. Alright, good. There we go, new thumbnail up. Maybe that'll be a little more enticing. Hey, yeah, I've seen your messages. You've been suggesting that same kind of stuff a lot. I'm saying, but I think for my game, my phone guy equivalent probably isn't even gonna have a voice. So whether they're a guy or girl or whatever, you know, probably won't be. It won't really be specified. It'll kind of just be whatever. Here, let me check my reference. Make sure I've got the right scale going on for these things. Looks like I might want to soften up these corners, which thankfully isn't very difficult to do. That's not bad. I don't know if it works. Maybe. Different idea, though. I'm going to inset that, pull that up, switch to edge select, and then bevel that. Perfect. Oh, wrong thing. No. It just looks like a weird hat. There we go. Do think I should scale this down a bit, though. Maybe I'll really scale it down. Put a couple of them over here. That's pretty good from there. If I just lock in over here. Yeah, I think there's a specific fan game that did the same kind of thing that I'm kind of pulling inspiration from for this specific little look. There's probably some official games that also have the same thing, this little stack of monitors, even though this one back here you couldn't really see. There, I could even turn one over on its side. Like, this place is really not kept. Really not kept as well as it should be. There we go. Helps fill out some of that empty space over there. I probably should have done the materials before duplicating it, but yeah, that'll be an easy fix. We just need to figure out what kind of texture to go with. Usually these things are either made out of some sort of metal, hard metal exterior, or a plastic. Ah yes, many little TV boxes. All the TV boxes, all the monitors you can need. Oh yeah, the jump scare sounds, I'm not sure how I'm gonna make those yet. I'm still going back and forth. I'll probably start off by just scouring the internet, you know, kind of figuring out what the original FNAF games used to make their sounds, and seeing if I can pull similar inspiration. Maybe even use tweaked versions of the same original files, I guess depending on whether they're copyrighted or not. Really want to make sure this game doesn't contain any copyrighted material. That's the last thing I need. Alright, the base of the TV. What material are we going for? Looking more at my reference photos, trying to see exactly what to go for. Looks like we got some subtle kind kind of popcorny texture. It's all kind of bumpy and painted over. Can change that one to that. Maybe yellow it just a little bit. There we go. Adds a bit of character to it. I think in the modern age, we all love phones a little bit. Alright, let's see, let's scale up that noise, bring up the detail, turn up the roughness. We're going to need a bump node, add some good texture. Oh yeah, maybe the roughness should go down. Maybe that's what I need to do. Turn this to like a 0.1. Make the difference a little more subtle. Turn the roughness up a little bit more. Something like that. And then total roughness of the entire project. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like I gotta reorganize some of these. Oh, well, no. This is all in the office. Ah, that's good. Oh, except for these ones. Move that to the office. Go over to shading. Close those files. There we go. Alright. How does that look? It's not too bad. I feel like it still might be too strong. 0.025. Half it again. But then that's probably too subtle. 0.05. That should be good. Now let's change that color just a little bit. Turn down the value a little bit. Turn down the saturation a whole lot. Oh, we're starting to get something. We're starting to get something good. Ah, well, that's alright, man. See you next time, Holly. It was great chatting with you. Thanks for joining me on the stream. This was a lot of fun. I'll have to talk to you next time. The rest of the live stream will go up as a VOD on the channel if you go to the live category. So if you want to check up and see whatever you missed later on, feel free to go there and watch that. Well, I'll see you later. And some other stream, hopefully. Alright. Now I just need to go through here and make sure all of these objects are selected so I can give them all the same material property. Finish with that one. Control L. Link materials. Perfect. Yeah, it's a good base. I'm gonna need another one for the TV screen. This one should be pretty simple. Assign that. Metallic. That's not what it needs. Not perfectly reflective. It's probably not what we want. go. Color ramp. Okay, detail, roughness, get that up there. Get the scale down a little bit, something like that. Change it from that. A little brown. So it looks like smudged dirt. Plug that into the roughness. All right. I think I could actually gonna pull a classic mix, and I'm going to mix these colors. Mix A, mix B, base color and roughness. There we go. Spread these out a little bit. Make these darker. Turn up the scale. Roughness, detail. Maybe make this a little bit more noticeable. Bring the saturation down a little bit. Ah, there we go. Like it's dust or dirt or just debris or whatever messing up the screen. See what it looks like with the lights. That's not bad. I don't know. Something about the maybe it's the the screen itself. God, the box seems just a little too I don't know, a little too rough. Not rough. I guess it's not. It's not rough enough. Ah, there we go. Ah, well, looks like it's the exact same pattern on each one, so I might be able to change it up a little bit. If I change it to this, maybe. Nope, not quite. Messing around with a few options. Maybe it needs more scale. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Maybe the scale just really needs to come down. No, probably not. It's fine. It's a small thing. Start the TV. Sure, it's fine. And kind of see what those look like in the context. All right. There we go. All right. Those don't look too bad. I don't know about the color though. Probably need to go for more of the classic, like darker kind of black and gray. Should be quite simple to implement, however. There we go, that might fix it. Oh yeah, I think that works. Definitely blends into the environment a little better, which in this context I think works. Alright, I did did see I missed a button there though. That's a good way of catching that. Perfect. Oh, alright. It's not bad. Got ourselves a decent environment going now. It's pretty good. Looks like views have flattened out just a little bit, which, to be fair, makes sense. It happens all the time. I do wonder, maybe I should change the thumbnail back. I don't know. I mean, it seems good. Yeah, it's probably fine. Let's see, how long has this stream been going for now? About 2.5 hours. It's not bad. What's my longest stream? I believe it's just under 3 hours. I believe that's the longest I've gone. It was one of my earliest streams too. I guess it makes sense. One of the first times I had a really active chat, so I was able to stay up with that pretty easily. Yeah, across my streams, 1.5 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, and now 2.5 hours. It's bringing that average up. That's good. All right, here. Let me get back to this. All right. Let's see. Okay, so we got some basic monitors going, and now maybe I'll create a few simple environmental pieces. Let's see. Add. Well, no. Let's save. God. I think I know how I can make a little piece of crumpled paper. I take a cube like this, and then just subdivide it a few times. Modifier, displace, select noise. Hey, there we go. We're already looking pretty good. Oh yeah. Might need to mess around the geometry a little bit more though. The subdivision level of 1, maybe. No, that's not gonna work. Yeah, something like that. Now, maybe... Let's see what happens if I... Let's turn on some proportional editing. Let's just start moving things around. Make it kind of more ball-like, but also different. All right, there we go. Transforms, set origin to there. Oh, jeez. Somehow it ended up undoing the amount it was doing. That's so weird. I wonder why that is. I don't know. I mean, that's not too bad. Shaders. Let's see if a material will help. Paper ball. Good old-fashioned color ramp, of course. Let's go to for everything. Roughness. Oh, add in a little bit of color there. Maybe just mixing some fun blue. Feels right. Alright. I don't know. Still doesn't feel right. Let's see in the render. God, no. Man. I was making up a crumpled up piece of paper so difficult. I mean, it's not awful, but I feel like it could use some serious work. Let's see. Let's just try putting it in the environment. See if that helps at all. Maybe it'll be subtle enough. You won't have to worry about it too much. There we go. Set that viewport to render. And then just preview its basic form here. There we go. This one can kind of be sitting back here a little bit. And then we'll put another one that's maybe fallen this way. It's fallen and it can't get up. I mean, paper balls are usually very light, so it's not too weird for them to sit on points weirdly. But I should still try and move it this way. There we go. As long as it's kind of hiding itself, you can always deal with a little bit of clipping. Just as long as you can't see it in the camera view. That's not bad. It kind of works. Somewhat. But only a few of those. Could maybe throw in a few regular pieces of paper, some basic stuff. Let's do that. Solidify. Let's give this just a little bit of thickness. Offset to 0. Alright. Material view. Alright. This one will just be called paper regular. I can get a wave texture. Plug it into there. Control T to get these things. Rotate. There we go, that's the one. 90 degrees, scale. Then I need a color ramp to help make the blur in these lines not quite as strong. Still a bit of a blur, but nothing too bad. Well, should I go for lined paper? I mean, that kind of makes sense. It's usually, when I think paper, I think lined paper. Ah, yeah, it's probably fine. Now, let me check real quick. What color is lined paper again? It's like blue lines, blue lines. Makes sense. That's not what that's supposed to be. Ah, dang it. Changing the wrong color. There we go. And then if I could add just like a single line this way, that would be pretty handy. I think I can. I might as well try. Mix. Color. Change that from blue to red. Change the rotation back to what it was. Then if I just do this, there we go. It's kind of working. Kinda not. Oh, there we go. Alright, yeah, that's not too bad. Let's swap these colors. Alright, good. 0.9 in the roughness. That's not too bad. I do need to do the similar method with this one. Okay. Set that transform. Modifiers. It's going to displace noise. Turn this one down a decent bit. Ah, I see, nothing too crazy, just a little bit of subtle noise and jitter in the paper. Make it look a little different. Ah, hey, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Still making good progress, getting things done. Yeah, I do think maybe need to make this paper a little thinner. There we go. That's probably good. Ah. And now for the paper placement. Now real quick, I think something I can do real quick. Instead of basing it on local position, if I base it on global position, then I can move the paper around and give it different positions, and it'll look all warbly at different spots, but it'll still sit on top of itself pretty much flawlessly. Nice. Maybe they got some paper over here, like they're taking vigorous notes, trying to figure out what's going on. Oh yeah? What'd you come up with? You making your own game? Nice. What were you thinking of for yours? Hey, new chatter. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see new faces. Hey, we got some new chats. Oh, nice. That's a pretty fun game. Oh, really? It's interesting. I don't know if I remember that. I'll have to look into that. Jellystone. Oh, this looks interesting. I don't know if I've heard of this. All right, cool. I'll have to go take a look at that. Check it out. See what it looks like. It's pretty interesting. All right. Let's see. Let me figure this out quick. And then I should be able to just take this. Yep, perfect. Perfect. All right. I can't get too carried away with the paper, but that's looking pretty good. Let me put maybe just one more over here. There we go. And then I'm gonna need to make a fan, of course. Fan's a staple. The press animatronics is oh, interesting. It's a fun naming convention. Here's the pie. You have to make sure to survive all 5 nights. Survive all 5 nights, you get extras. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Sounds interesting. Oh, that makes sense. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that you've already made one, or at least are making one. I'm still well within the process of trying to figure out mine. But I'm pretty happy with the progress I'm making so far. All right. Alright. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna go look up fans. Old school fans. I guess desk fans specifically are what I need. There we go. That's pretty much what I'm looking for. Alright. Oh, proportional editing. Always forget to turn that off. Oh, there we go. Do this. There we go. Right, I just need to move this face back up. Alright, let's see if I... That's looking a little weird if I just... There we go. Alright, perfect. Mostly perfect. If I switch to this view, yeah, there we go. That'll make this a little easier. Hey, welcome back too. Everyone's coming back, haha. But interesting. It's an interesting sounding fan game. I'll have to look at that. See if its page is up. There we go. I think I should be able to... There we go. Oh, God. Man. Oof. I'm rotating the camera in these environments. Really get tricky. That might be unnecessary. Here, I'm just gonna shrink this down. I've had a little trouble with this fan so far, but that's only the beginning. Just gotta keep working at it. Well, okay, I don't know if I'm making. I don't know if I'm gonna make a game. I mean, I'm in the middle of working on my own game. No. Oh, sorry. I think there was maybe a miscommunication. Patsy, I'm not taking requests or anything. I'm making. I mean, I'm making my own game. You know, it's just here to like stream. You know, casual, just talk about making my own game. And I'm not like working on other people's right now. Let's see. Okay, there's we got the base of the fan. I don't know. I don't know if I like this fan base. I might. Here, yeah. I'm gonna delete that fan. I'm gonna make a new one. Rework it. Here, I think I'm also gonna I'm just going to move it out to over here and work on it over here where I'm not surrounded by all of the other models. They're making it a little hard to see. If I loop cut that, I should be able to select those faces. There we go. It's not too bad. No, I'm sorry. I'm just not. I mean, I'm so busy with everything. I'm not taking. Not like taking on work right now. Yeah. I mean, hey, you could always like try making it yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. It sounds like if you really want it made, then you could probably get a pretty good product yourself. You probably know better than I do what you want. No, I'm sorry. I can't. You can't work on too many projects at once. Just working on this one. I'm really happy with the progress that I've made so far, though, on this. It's going pretty well. Just gotta get the main part of the fan going. Fan. What do those look like? I think what I need now is one of these guys. Yeah, here we go. Turn down all these sections a decent bit. Get that a little smaller. Voila. Shade smooth. A subdivision modifier level of 1. Rotate it that way. Move it up, scale it down, and work from there. Yeah, I'm sorry, Base Day. I'm just, it's, making a game it's a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. I don't really have the time or energy to work on someone else's project for them. Sorry, I can't do that. I put a lot of time and effort into making this game, and I want to get it done. I want to work on it. But if you're really passionate about that idea, then you can definitely make it yourself, or find someone who can make it for you. Someone who maybe you can find like an artist or some programmer that you could commission. Pay them a decent little bit, and they'll make it for you. Let's see, how long have we been going up? Getting close to the 3-hour mark. That's not bad. Getting pretty close. Now fans. I shrink those down. There we go. go. I'm trying to figure out what does what does like a mesh cage of a fan look like, really. A little out there. And just delete those and close off those ends. Ah, okay. It's not too bad. Let's see. I don't know. I don't think I'm read up on the books enough to really have too many strong opinions about a lot of the characters. I should go about there. I can put this about there. There we go. And now I'll set that to 0, set that to 0. Maybe I'll add a little something there. Make that look a little different. 45 degrees. Nope, that's the wrong way. There we go. That's the angle. 45, duplicate that. Change that to negative 45. Ah, there we go. Got a fan coming along. Now, let's see. Move that to about there. Gonna need a subdivision. Right, select that edge, turn that up. Do that, perfect. Okay, now we're starting to get a decent fan feeling. Oh, that's the wrong one. Turn that up, tab out of that. Very, very soft feeling fan, but a fan nonetheless. That's about there. And then I need a new cube. We have fan blades. They're a bit of a weird and awkward shape, but I should be able to figure them out. Right. Well, before I add any sort of modifiers, I should probably start off by just getting the basics of the model going. Move that, move that. Move that up. And another loop cut there. Subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. As many times as I need. Make it look like a proper fan blade. Shade smooth. Let's make this a little thinner. It's a little too thick for a fan blade, at least. Perfect. Practically perfect. I'm gonna select those edge points, stretch that out a little bit, tab, turn off X-ray mode. Even more perfect. No, yeah, we talked about that. I'm definitely going to add some sort of sound. It's either going to be like a bell or some sort of classic clock, you know. I'm going to mess around with a few different sound effects for various things, you know, like the jump scares and the ending night chimes, but yeah, you know, that's definitely one of the ideas I got. Alright, let's see. Mirror, mirror, there we go. Mirror Y. Was that the right one? No, that was not. Mirror X, nope. Mirror Z, there we go. Perfect. Alright, we can start off by just getting all of these in their general right position. Move that out to there, move this back to there. Select all of them. As long as they can spin freely, I guess it doesn't matter. I put that about there. Yeah, that looks good. Now I need to put that there, extrude to that. Perfect. Okay, fan, 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 fan. It's pretty simple. Oh, well, I might need to. I should probably add a button on this thing though. Just something simple. Turn up that crease. And then turn it down on that part. Now the front's kind of jutting out a little bit. Or maybe I can just, there we go, something like that. That makes more sense. No, that doesn't look right. Alright, that's good, that's good. It's good. It's not coming along too bad. Ooh, definitely too big. Definitely gonna have to scale that down a bit. And then I just gotta make sure that I don't place this in a part of the table that gets in the way. Really don't want to do that. I could go there. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I could put it right there. That way it's kind of in between everything. Yeah, nice. That fits really well. Alright, now materials. I could probably start off by using, yeah, this black metal material as a starting point. But I'll give it a new one to duplicate that. Now I just need to give all these objects that same material. There we go. It's a good starting point. And now let's customize the color a little bit. I'll probably mainly just make it a decent bit lighter. There we go. It's pretty much perfect already. The only thing is I might try and make multiple colors. I'll create a lighter color, and that's what this will have. Alright. Nothing too strong, too overtly noticeable, but still something. Yeah, that's good. Then we'll do the same thing with a darker material. Specifically for the button. Let's assign that. And make that a good bit darker. Oh, more ads. Yep, let's go. Right. Let's go is absolutely right. We do, in fact, now have a fan. Yeah. But, oh yeah, don't worry. The fan will most definitely have an animation. I can guarantee you that. Right now, though, it doesn't. I'm focusing on just, kind of getting all the base materials and models in the scene and ready to go. Same with the door. Like, the door right now is closed just because that's a good pose to model it in, but the door will be rigged up and then it'll be set to be open by default, and then you'll be able to go back and forth with that. Same with the fan. Right now, it's going to be still, but then once I start doing an animation pass, don't worry, the fan will move eventually. Same thing with the menu, pretty much. The menu is less of actual, like, 3D rendering. The menu is more of, like, actual, like still art, and is going to be more of a programming side of thing. And right now, I'm not in the program or doing anything like that right now. Right now is pretty much purely just modeling the environment, building all that stuff out. And then a menu will come once I got a lot more of the core of the game itself done. Oh, don't worry. We'll see the animatronics soon. Here, in fact, I can show you one of them right now. I have them loaded up inside this scene. Once I get this test render done. That's pretty good. I do have one of the animatronics already in here. Let me just close some of this stuff up. And boop. There he is. Go ahead and close this stuff out. Here is one of the animatronics. This big ol' owl guy. I figured if I was if I was going to show you any of them, I might as well show you this guy. I've got him loaded into the scene so you can... He's mostly here for scaling purposes. You can kind of see how he how he fits in the environment. Looks like his head might be hitting that light a little bit, but that's an easy fix. Yeah, I'll just bring this guy back a little bit. There we go. In fact, I can go ahead and I can do another test render with him in the environment. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad to hear. It's good to know you guys. It's good to know you like the model. It's a good sign. I did spend quite a bit of time, you know, working on these characters and these animatronics. So it feels good to know that people like them. This one was the first one that I did, the main one, you could say. Let me go over here to rendering. Here we go. Current most up-to-date scene of the environment. I don't really know yet. I've really been struggling with coming up with names for the characters. Been kind of going back and forth on it. That's funny. I don't know if I got any ice cream, but we'll see about that. It's not too far off. I'd say their connections to the other animatronics probably aren't like entirely one-to-one, you know, like this guy doesn't act exactly like one of the other animatronics from the actual games does. Mr. Who, that's a good one. I'll keep that one in mind. I'll keep that one in mind, definitely. I'll probably end up creating like a big ol' list of names, you know, coming up with some different ideas, taken from people, some inspiration, come up with a few of my own, and then kind of slowly work my way through them until I decide on one. But yeah, that'll be the first one added to the list of names. But yeah, it's kind of hard to. Can't really see his hat really clearly from here, but it is there. You can see his feet down there. Yeah, I'm glad that I did this little test render, give you this little preview, because I can kind of see how he looks in the environment. And I am happy to say that he does look pretty good. He fits in the environment pretty well. I'm just glad this is going well so far. I really like how I was able to get these papers done. Crumpled up paper balls could use a little work, but all things considered, they're not bad. They're a pretty small detail. Alright, well. Man, another ad. Man, so many ads on this music. I'm trying to keep playing in the background. I will say, I do want to clarify, the names aren't set in stone yet. I mean, feel free to like come up with whatever names you want for them to name them yourself. You know, that's perfectly fine. But in game, I'll probably workshop them a little bit. But those are some fun names. All right, looking over this, we got the base room, we got hallway, doorway, we got the door itself, we got the curtains added in. We got a nice, good old-fashioned fan. We got some monitors, paper balls, lights with actual lights. We got the environmental lighting, hallway with doorways, floor, ceiling. We got this guy in here, and he's looking dapper as all get out. Yeah, this is going pretty well. All right, let's see. I have now done. Okay, I've gotten the fan done. Got the monitors there. What is next? What can I use to fill up this space? Okay, that's feeling pretty good. I do need to keep in mind, I do want to add more and more stuff, you know, to like fill out the desk and really make it feel like full and lived in. And I do have some ideas of things I'll do, but I also want to try to make sure I don't over clutter it, you know, and I don't want to make it hard to actually play the game. So, like, for example, the doorway here needs to be cleared. That way the character who comes through here is pretty easily visible. But I also need to make sure that this main hallway down the center is clear and visible. So I can't put anything like right here in the center where the table goes, because otherwise we'll end up blocking our view, and then the game's just going to be made harder, and that's no good. But we could add some things over here. Maybe add some stuff over here. I don't know. I've got some ideas. First next thing that came to mind, I will start doing that. I'm going to model a cup. That's a fun little thing that'll help fill out the environment. Oh, wrong thing there. Modifier, subdivide, yes. Oh, well, no, I probably don't need a subdivision. I could probably just do this. Ah, that's not too bad. Let's inset that, extend that down. All right. There we go, and then I'm gonna scale that down there. Perfect. Now we're gonna add a brand new material called glass cup. And yeah, good. There's even a glass modifier already, or a glass material already there and ready to go. Ooh, definitely need to scale that cup down. There we go. Nice. Oof, man. Keep popping my knuckles. I hope that's not coming up in the microphone too much. Right. Well, keep in mind, I don't necessarily have any actual ice cream characters in the game. I know you've talked about wanting to add like an ice cream themed Balloon Boy character, and you know, I'll probably add maybe I'll add like a reference, you know, like a kid's drawing or like a plushie or something. But in the actual game, I've already kind of, you know, figured out who the animatronics themselves are. In terms of the other characters, I have there's the owl, there's the deer I told you about, and then there's also a red panda, and I'm working on a snail. You know, wanted to get a large like variety of characters. You know, they all kind of have like different styles of like modeling and animatronic designs and endoskeletons and everything. There we go. Let me turn that back down. Man, this like glass material is very interesting. I haven't worked with glass in 3D a whole lot, so it's taken me a little bit to figure out how I should do this. I guess it's like stretching it versus... Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So high roughness, low roughness. There we go. I'm starting to get what I'm looking for. I should probably see if I can, if I could actually mix in some other colors, or more specifically, some roughness. Try and get a little bit of extra detail. Maybe I can plug that into the color itself. What does that look like there? Maybe it should be more of that. Alright, we'll give that a second to load properly. Well, you know, like I said, I don't know if there currently isn't an actual ice cream character, but, you know, we'll see, maybe. I'll, like, reference them or something. You can call them that if you want. Ah, there we go. Okay, now we're starting to get the texture that I want of a glass cup. See, detail, roughness. That's not bad. See. I guess I could keep it kind of like that if I bring this color up. I guess no, I need to bring this one down. There we go. Okay. Okay, now we're starting to see a little bit more of what I need. And then color, yeah. Might as well. Make a couple of colored glasses, kind of like those ones you see at restaurants. Oh, hello. Oh, I see you're back. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let me just we'll just finish up these next couple of things, then, and we can do a little deep dive and kind of go into some of the characters. Yeah, at least for a little bit. Kind of get an idea of what they're like. Alright. So now I'm probably going to go ahead and make a few examples of like these cups. Oh, well, no. 3 is probably enough. This one will be... this one will be the blue one. And then this one will be red. And then for a final one, I'll go yellow. There we go. And we can kind of move these cups around, kind of put them like they've been used and stacked up. This like this security guard's got to take care of his dishes at some point. All right. Then I need to change local rotation. There we go. Well, I should change to it first. That way I can make sure that it rotates to the right position. There we go. we go. That is a little bit more character to the environment. All right, guys. I think we need to stop doing that. Spamming a bit. You know, just for a bit, just to, you know, we gotta try to avoid spamming in chat. You know, try to keep it organized. All right. Yeah, we've got. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, okay, yeah, this texture worked a lot better than I thought it would. I'm really happy with that. I'm gonna actually, well, no, I probably shouldn't use the same one that's already down. I'm gonna duplicate this blue cup. Change all of its rotations. Coding that one. Where to put it? I could probably put it over here behind the fan. Put that about there. I am going to need to rotate that to make it even. Perfect. Oh yes, all these new cubes, they're going to have to be added to the office real quick. Whoa. Someone just soared by on a motorcycle. I don't know if you guys could hear that. It was loud. And so many people really like riding by on their cars and their bikes and everything down this road real quick. It's always so loud. Alright. It's going pretty well so far. How long have we been going? 3.5 hours. Oh, that's not bad. I mean, considering I feel like I made quite a bit of progress here. That's pretty good. Alright, let's see. Let's go ahead and make another test render. Ooh, yeah. Oh man, I gotta stretch. Ooh. Oh man, arms getting tired. Holding this same position over this keyboard for so long, man. How do people go 10 hours of streaming? And I guess if you enjoy it enough and you do it long enough, you eventually get used to it. You probably take time to stretch afterwards and in the middle of it though. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay. The cups, they definitely help a lot. I think adding those in, one, it helps break up the structure of everything, adds more detail. But that also helps definitely add a good splash color. We got a red cup. I mean, we've already got the red lines going around the walls to help break up the repetitiveness of the wood. But those cups definitely help a lot. Good splash of color. I mean, technically those pieces of paper also have red and blue lines on them, but they're pretty subtle. It's pretty hard to see those. I'm glad now that we got that hallway visible, it's a lot easier to see the details that I made for the floor. So I think that's definitely helping things out. Yeah, so we got the desk, fan, paper balls, paper pieces, cups, monitors, fan. Might have already said that one. In the stream, we also added the hallway. We got the hallway walls. We got these other door frames down here in the hall. Still nothing at the end of the hall. Still got to do that. Oh yeah, we modeled these lights. We set up the actual official lighting for the environment and for all the rooms. We got those lights all placed throughout the hall in the main area. Yeah, we got this door done, doorknob. We've gotten quite a bit done so far. This is going pretty well. I'm really happy with how this is looking. I'm really excited with where it's going. I will say the fan feels a little weird. The bass just feels kind of strange. It's not awful, but it is a little weird. But so far, everything's going pretty well. Everything's coming along as needed. But what is next? I guess I should probably try to add something to the ceiling. I mean, it's pretty hard to see, so it's going to be like pretty dark for most of the time, but added some maybe streamers, maybe some lights would be nice. I guess I should probably go ahead and add in some other characters. You guys were talking about wanting to see those. Here, so let me make sure that's selected. And then let's go ahead and add this guy in. Yep, there he is. There's the new guy. Figured I could go ahead and show him to you. Let me delete both of those. There, let me go ahead and move these guys around, get them positioned. There we go. Let me save that. Move you up there. Next guy. Alright, just a moment. There. I'll take a moment. Look at this guy. Yeah, this is the other one. He's pretty simple. I didn't want to add too much complexity to him. He's on the smaller end of the characters. The smallest one. Oh, hey, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you like the owl. This guy, he's one of the later ones that I made. I feel pretty good about him. I wanted his limbs to be very simplified, you know, kind of like Balloon Boy in that sense, where he's just kind of got these arms and legs that just kind of stick out, and when he runs around, he's gonna be all kind of, you know, bouncing, you know, gonna have that kind of energy, kind of manic and crazy. Now, where are they? Where are my files? See if I can add those other guys in. Alright, yeah. We got this guy, and we got this guy. Then we're going to have a third guy in here real soon. Alright. Come on, there we go. There we go. Almost just another moment, and here he comes. The next guy, next big man. Let me just paste in that position, get these guys all in a line up. Yeah, just a moment, let you kind of see them all side by side for a moment. We can check again. Oh yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind. Currently, the owl is the only one who has any clothing added, because, you know, I kind of already had his personality kind of decided. That kind of like uppity, you know, the fancy guy, you know, one who doesn't want to mess around. The red panda, I'm thinking about maybe giving him like overalls or something, you know, something a little bit more casual, a little bit more wild, out and about kind of thing. And then the deer, currently he has nothing, but I'm gonna give him something. I'm not sure what yet. But he, like this guy is the one who's the most classic animatronic-esque. Like, he's the one that looks and functions the most like your classic guy. The owl, he's pretty unique. He's just got like these big ol' wings, short little feet, long neck. Red Panda's pretty similar, but he's got short, stubby limbs, you know, not the same kind of joints. And this guy, he's got the full-on double bit limbed for both his arms and his legs, all that stuff. Really happy with how the head shape came out. Took me a while to get that looking right. But yeah. You know, that makes sense. I do think I'm pretty partial overall. Like, compared to all of them, I do like the owl quite a bit. And I am really happy with how he came out. He's gonna be one of the ones you see a lot. But I'm glad to see you like them too. I'm pretty happy with all of them. I will say I think the owl is the most unique, and because of that, because of his extra features, that definitely comes across the best. But overall, yeah, I'm pretty happy with how these guys have come out so far. Got plenty of little details we can add. Okay, I don't really know who you're talking about. I don't got any ice cream themed guys. Also, hey, yeah, I see that. Let's go Roblox. Thanks for the sub. I don't know if I shouted it out already. I'm gonna make sure I do it now. I've said it before in the stream, you know, just to clarify for anyone else new who's here. I do have sub alerts and like all those alerts set up, but I think I messed something up. They're not working right now for whatever reason. So after this stream, I'm definitely going to take a look at those, get those fixed. But after that, they should come up as proper alerts. Like in future live streams when people subscribe or donations are made, those should come through properly after that. But yeah, oh yeah, I've also gone through and I've fully modeled their endoskeletons as well. So if I take off their suits, and you can kind of get a look at what they look like underneath. They've all got the same kind of patterns in their designs, like they're all made with the same kind of design idea in mind, but they all look unique. Also, right now they do look a little flat. The colors look a little flat and a little simple, but if you go to the actual render here, and let me see if I can add just like a little test light real quick, just so I can show off these models. Let's turn that up to like 1,000. There, and you can kind of get a better idea of what they look like here. Specifically, they've got these harsh edges and these like kind of colored seams all around the models that really help push the design a little bit, in my opinion. Same with all these guys. They've all got those features. It's just those little things don't come across in the preview menu. And I can just go through and turn the shells back on. That's all good. I will need them here eventually. These guys will be animated within this scene. All for the jump scares and the little walk-up animations and all that stuff. Well, I'm Ferret. I don't know. I was kind of the same story with the other person. I'm not currently working on adding an ice cream character. It just, you know, it just doesn't, like a Balloon Boy ice cream character just doesn't really fit with what I got right now. I mean, it's a fun idea, and I might eventually add like a little plushie, or, you know, whenever I start making like the kids drawings that are going to go up on the walls, I might add like a little reference to them there or something, you know, as a fun little homage to the stream here. But actual character-wise, I've got the 3 of them here, and then I've got a 4th guy that I'm planning on making.
but you know they've already kind of been decided. But now that we've gotten a good look at those guys, yeah, all right. Let me see. Oh, what I should probably do, I just realized. I should probably go through and make sure I put all of the stuff that's on the desk itself into a folder all on its own. Just go through, see, is that everything? No, that's too much. Deselect those. Alright, yep, looks good. Now I'm going to do that. New collection. We're going to call this table. There we go, all that stuff. Oh, doorknob. Almost forgot that. Perfect. All that's going to go into the... Yeah, there we go. Perfect. It's the table and everything on it. Oh, wait, yeah, I should probably also add these, the actual door frame to the door itself. There we go. Perfect. Good. All right, let's see. Hey, new person in the chat. Welcome here, Holly. You were talking about the cheetah again. I've thought about that, and I know we talked about it a little bit, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to add the cheetah, at least in terms of like for the base game, you know, just cause I've already like done a lot of like work, you know, to like create and balance all the characters that I've already come up with for the game. So I don't know if I can add in more with like big crazy new controls, you know. But you know, we'll see. At the very least, I could see about, you know, adding them in, kind of like the ice cream character that the other person was asking about. I could also look at like adding them in as like a fun little reference or something like that, you know. All right, so everything's been reorganized. Models are all good to go in that sense. And I've also got the main hallway ready, pretty much. Except I think now it's time I need to go ahead and I need to start finishing this general area off for the proper render. I'm going to switch over, and now we're going to go back to working on this for a little bit. Turn off that modifier. I'm going to rotate it, yes, that way. And then, yes, exposition. Exposition, not exposition. So that's about there. There we go. And now, at the very least, it looks like it has a proper end to the hallway. This one will have a mirror modifier. And it'll be attached to that one. Oh wait, no, I gotta make that interactable first. Then I can put the modifier on it. Good. Perfect. Alright, now we just gotta make sure that these pieces line up properly. We should be good to go. Well, I don't have a corner piece, so that might be a little difficult. Here, wait, I should probably also mirror those pieces first. So I'm not sure which one I'm gonna add first. You know, I mean, I've only got 3 of them modeled. I'm probably gonna start off by, getting all of them modeled and ready to go. Like once I have that 4th guy ready, implementing them, I'll probably start with the owl, just because the owl's planned mechanic is a decent bit more simple than some of the others. Although at the same time, I might end up changing the mechanic later on, so I might wait. But currently, that is the plan. I think he'll probably be first. Let's see. How do I get these lined up? I'm not quite there. There, okay, there we go. That's not bad. It's just got to be enough to bounce the light and stay visible from the camera. Perfect. That looks good. And now I can go ahead and make another test render. But the environment as it currently is. Ooh, yes, so currently the plan is to make the 4th character a snail, actually. He's coming along pretty well. Okay, yeah. I only just realized you guys actually can't see these test renders whenever I only open them in the side thing. But yeah, as long as I open them over here, then you can get a pretty good look at them. But anyways, so the 4th character currently is planned to be a snail. Big, slow-moving character. To kind of balance out some of the other characters who are all about moving quickly. Kind of scrambling around. Plus, I think it'll be fun and unique to have like a new character that's like this big looming guy who just kind of sits around, kind of waiting for him to do something. And I'll keep that name in mind. I'll definitely add that to the list, of options. That's not bad. I'll keep that in mind. Sometimes simple is the better answer. Oof, man. All right, this is feeling really good, man. We've made quite a bit of progress today. I'm liking this. It's feeling nice and full. We've finally, after all this time, have reached the point where there's no like empty space. Like there's no void visible from the render. Well, actually no, I stand wrong. The floor over here, you can actually kind of see the edge where the floor just ends, so I'll need to do that. But once I've done that, then there'll be no more void visible anywhere, and it'll be a fully enclosed space. And I mean, I guess technically the only reason you don't see anything over here is because the door is closed, but the door isn't supposed to be closed, so that's only winning off of a technicality as well. But we're almost there. All right, I'll also keep that. Yeah, feel free to leave all sorts of like name suggestions in the comments of like videos or in the live chat if you want. I'll definitely keep them in mind. It'll be good to have some suggestions and have some material to work off of. It's always handy. I think for the floor, to make sure I can probably just extend it out like this. Control A, transform, set origin, center of the mass volume. There we go. I'll do another test render just one more time. And then as soon as that is done, almost there. So sorry, I went silent there for a sec and had to go to my be right back screen. I was muted. I'm so sorry about that. I should be back though. If you can hear me, definitely let me know. I think that should be all good now. Yeah, sorry, Holly, man. What an awful time to all of a sudden drop my mic right when people are showing up again. Yeah, I'm assuming. I mean, my character's moving again. I don't know what that was. I think my microphone was bugging out. Hey, yeah, like no worries. No worries. It's fine. It's just. I mean, who knows? There could be more characters in the future. Well, we'll just have to see how it goes. It's just for now the four characters that I've already put in have. I've tried to keep things balanced, keep things well organized, and adding more in the future could could cause a whole lot of mix-ups. But still, I should be back. I mean, we just passed the 4-hour mark. That's pretty good. I mean, whew, this has been a long stream. Let me look over my stuff. Let's see what you guys are saying. Everything's looking pretty good. Hey, I see that. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not taking, I'm not taking animatronic requests or any requests right now. This is just like a stream, for talking about stuff, seeing how things are going. I'm sorry. I can't, talk all too much about. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't really look at adding any characters, right now. And I'm not doing requests. This is my own project, my own game. I wanna make sure all the ideas in this are unique to myself and my own. That kind of thing. Well, of course, inspirations are. And especially because I see the ideas that you're suggesting are from a pre-existing IP, and that could also get me in trouble if I add those in. At the very least, it could get my game and my content all copyright struck, and then I wouldn't make any kickback from my stuff. Which, to be fair, I don't know what it would make, but still, I can't. But I think, yeah, okay, this has gone pretty well. I'm liking this. Well, like I've said before, at this point, I'm sorry, I'm not taking requests. I'm not adding any new characters or anything. I know that I'm still developing the game and I'm still working on stuff, but I've already planned everything out. All the characters have already been determined, they've already been balanced. Adding new characters is just going to it's going to mess everything up. It's going to cause a whole bunch of confusion, and I'm going to have to do a whole bunch of new rebalancing and stuff. So no, I'm not adding chat suggested characters to the game. I'm just gonna a blanket statement say that now. Now I don't see anything wrong with doing little references. Like I said before, adding small little things. Like little pictures or plushies hidden around as small environmental details, as fun little nods to the audience. But actual characters and animatronics to be coded and programmed and played with, I can't do that. I won't be doing that. But other than that, I think the next thing I'm gonna try to add is maybe some ceiling details. You know, let's try to add some fun decor. You know, some stuff to really liven up the environment. Because right now, I think the biggest thing I'm noticing is that the ceiling feels very empty, very vacant. There's not really a lot going on there. There's the lights, and those are nice. But in the final render, it just feels a little empty. You know, it's not like a huge deal, but I think doing that will really help fill out the environment, you know, really liven it up a bit. And immediately I think I know how I'm going to do it. Let's start off with this. Right, and then I think if I add that, well, wait, first I should probably, yeah, there we go, turning up the crease on these edges. That'll get rid of those sharp ends that I don't need. There we go, just like that. If I just pull this down, voila. We got a curved party streamer. What I should probably do, though, is add in a few more points. Just a few more in there. There we go. Okay. Select all of those, move them down, and voila. And now, if I select that, turn on, not snapping, turn on that one. Turn it up a decent amount, that, turn it down. I'll save. Good. There we go. All right. Oh yeah, we can take a second looking at the stream statistics. This isn't going too bad. Right, average view duration 62. Oh. Wow, looking, there's 134 views. There have been a lot of people coming in and out, apparently. That's something at the very least. Now, where to put this exactly? Just about there. And then I gotta add just a couple of these, all moving around like this. One there, one there. Let's see, let's just make sure, yeah, those aren't clipping. Good. Let's rotate these. Move some more closer to over here. Gotta make sure they're inside of the camera, though. Otherwise, what's the point? And new material. And white string. That's what it is. Let's turn up the roughness. I do need to add some texture to that, though. The way it's not just... the way it doesn't look so default or so plain. Color ramp, yeah. Best friend, the color ramp. Turn down those extreme points. Detail, roughness, scale. Perfect. I'll make this one, give it a little bit of color. Perfect. Plug that into the roughness. Nice, 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 nice. All right, we got some strings. Then we just need to worry about adding stuff for them to hang from. I'll go ahead and do another quick test render. See how that looks when that's all in the scene together. And switch over once that's fully done. Just a little bit more, and there we go. Now I can pull it up for you guys to see. Ooh, yeah, okay. These are looking pretty good. I'm liking this so far. What's that? Hey, yeah. New chatter. Hey, welcome to the stream. Hey, glad to hear. I'm glad I'm glad the creepiness is coming across. I was worried it would just be more goofy than creepy. I got some of the characters over here. You can take a little sneak peek at them before they disappeared. Well, we've made quite a bit of God, I cannot talk today. We've made quite a bit of progress in the composition of this so far. I know eventually, after a while, I made the thumbnail whatever the, at the time, most up-to-date test render of the scene was. And you can kind of compare what you clicked to this, kind of get an idea of what it looks like now. I've been, slowly implementing more things, slowly adding more stuff. You got to the point where there's no more endless void visible. We've got a fully enclosed environment. We just added these, and now it's time to start adding the little decorations that they're going to be hanging from. Probably going to do something simple, some stars, moons, suns. It's just various generic little felt shapes, probably. What should I go with? What shapes should I go with? This whole environment has a very woody feel, very old school, very natural. Here, maybe you won't be able to see it, but I'm gonna pull up some party room streamer references. Streamers. What are those decorations called? There we go. Alright. Well, it's not exactly what I was looking for, but it's not horribly far off. Let's see, decorations here. I'll try to make this quick so I can get back to working on what you guys can actually see. It's not too bad. Alright, we'll go with stars. We'll start off with stars and we'll work from there. We need to go to solid view while I figure out these shapes. Let's see. Hey, Ferret, I see you adding messages again. Yeah, that's like I told you before, I can't add more characters, I'm sorry. I've already kind of figured out the balance with the characters that I have in mind, so I can't add the characters with from chat's request. I'm sorry. At least not more than like a simple reference, you know, like I said before. And yes, I figured it was kind of, I mean, it's kind of self-evident, but there will in fact be a sound when you hit 6 o'clock. That is, like always, going to be the case. Your stars. I haven't modeled a star in 3D. I also want it to feel simple, and feel like a proper decoration. Should probably, let's see, what does what does a star look like? If I mirror on the y-axis, I might not even need that see-through thing. Perfect. Okay, good. Alright. It's too high up. I'm gonna put that there. Pull this that way. Almost. Here. I think if I increase the crease, maybe more of a 0.3, something like that. There we go, that's not too bad. Start pulling these points in though. And this one's giving me some trouble. It's not too bad. It has a very, very unique shape for a star. I'll say that much. Alright, this is going pretty well. Alright, let me go back here. Star. I think I need to bring this point down. These points in. And these points in. Bring this one up too. Almost. There we go. Smooth. Perfect. Alright. I guess before I start duplicating it and putting it everywhere, I should go ahead and figure out exactly what the material is going to look like first. That shouldn't be too difficult. I've made these kind of felt materials before. Just call that star to begin. Go with like a yellow. We'll probably end up creating several versions of it. Noise, texture, color ramp, of course. Nice yellow. A nice darker yellowish orange. Here, maybe I should make that a little stronger. Ooh. Something actually came through. Hey, there we go. Hey, thanks for the subscribe. Looks like the notifications are working after all. I guess it just depends where you subscribe from. I'm glad you're enjoying it enough to stick around. It means a lot. There have been a couple of people in the comments who have been saying that they've been subscribing, but none of the notifications were coming through. I guess it's just because they were subscribing from the wrong page or something. All right, here we go. Let's Be more of a 0.6 probably. Yeah, there we go. Control T, open up these new menus. It's going pretty well. There's a lot of stretching on the texture here. I might be able to do something about that. At the very least, I could probably scale it up on one of the axes. And that would maybe fix it. Not that one. Oh, this one maybe. That's something. There we go. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. All right. No, that's fine. I mean, that's not so big a deal. I think the next big thing is going to be, yes, this. Oof, ballooned up. Oh, too big, too big. I don't know if it's working. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. It'll be fine just as is. Alright, now let's get this back here. Alright, now let's see. How are we going to get these up there? Ha 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 ha. Let's just move this to about there. That makes sense. That'll work. And now I'll just kind of duplicate a few of them across the string here. That'll be a good baseline to go off of. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. There we go. There we go. Okay, now I just need to adjust them to be just off of the strings. Oh man, it's a little hard to get a good angle with the roof. Oh god, the ceiling's in my way. So much stuff. Okay, here, let me see if I can't hide some of this. Yeah, at the very least I can just do that. Yeah, there we go. Temporarily remove the roof. There we go. Right. And now... Yeah. Oh, wait, I just realized you can't even really see some of these. Like this one I should probably move somewhere like over here instead. There we go. That's better. Perfect. Now, it's time for the second one. Just bring it over here. Rotate it to match the angle of this string. There we go. This one will have just a couple. Not too many. There we go. All right. I think this'll definitely help fill things out a little bit. Definitely. This will definitely help fill the ceiling out, so that way it's not just this big empty space up above. Yeah, then I think the scene will really, really feel alive. Oh, don't worry. There will be minigames, and there will be Easter eggs, aplenty. I was already planning on doing that. It's just right now I'm working on modeling the base environment. Which, I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll throw in a few Easter eggs in this environment of just maybe some references to other mascot horror, maybe some other like really well-known FNAF fan games. That could be fun. Is that one even visible? Yeah, that one's visible. And I'll throw one just right over here. Oof, almost rotated the wrong thing there. Alright, I'm going to bring this in over here. Take that around. Perfect. Again, I know it's pretty late into the stream, but I like checking in just in case. I hope the audio levels are pretty good, you know. Hope everything is relatively clear and easy to hear. I don't really have a really convenient place to put my actual computer tower, so it's kind of always in the background of everything I record, unless I'm recording something like for like a project, because then I can move wherever I need to go. But still, I've tried to mitigate it as much as I can. Okay, there we go. Those will definitely help fill out the ceiling. Let me go ahead and render that image. Won't pop up for you guys, but as soon as it's done, I can switch over to the rendering tab and you can take a look at the new scene. Ooh, nice. I'm liking this so far. Alright. Oh, did the music stop? Swing back around. Oh, there it goes, yep. Oh yeah, we got plenty of music to run through. Longer than each stream might have. There we go. Okay, yeah. I think the bump might be too strong still. I want them to feel... Oh, no, but it's kind of nice. I don't know. You guys can let me know what you think. I feel like I want it to feel nice and textured, like it's like a cutout, like it's some sort of like material thing up there. You know, have some good texture to it. But at the same time, I don't want it to be too distracting or feel too out there. I don't think it's too bad at the very least. But yeah, adding these up top definitely helps a lot to fill out this environment, you know, fill out the scene a little bit. All things considered, I don't really have a lot of other places to put extra things. At least not until I actually need to start putting in more stuff for the game itself. But, no, yeah. Here, let me leave this on screen for a minute. Let me check. How long have we been going? 4.5 hours. Man, that extra half hour is just almost, like, blown by. That is crazy. I can't believe that. Whew. Man, I think this might be... I think we're rounding off to the end of the stream, guys. Was there any last minute suggestions or last minute things you want to see before I think I maybe turn in for the stream night? I'm going for 4.5 hours. That's quite a bit longer than any stream I've done at this point. Which, I mean, I haven't done all that many, but this has been pretty good. This has felt like an actual stream, you know? Looking through my analytics, it looks like 9. 9 was the most people we had at once. 9 concurrent viewers. That's not bad. That's pretty good, all things considered. Looks like, I mean, the lowest is obviously 0 or 1. But, I mean, after a certain point, we never really... Well, I guess to be fair, I'm probably being counted as one of the people watching my own stream, since I'm here to, you know, make sure that everything's running properly. But, yeah, I think that's going to be it for now. This has been This has honestly been a great stream. I've seriously enjoyed it. I've had a lot of fun, a lot of good discussions. This has been a good way of forcing myself to make a lot of good, constant progress on my game, and this was a great way of getting the word out there, you know. And I'm this is great. I've been enjoying this. You know, it's really nice that out of all things, my art is the stuff that is really getting good attention when it comes to my streams. This has definitely been the most successful stream I've had up to this point, and I think part of that is the fact that this is one of the longest streams I've had up to this point. But you know, I think that's it though. You know, this has been fun. I can't wait to stream again. I mean, who knows? If things go really well, maybe I'll pick up and do a different stream tonight. Not super likely, but we'll see. But I guess that's it, you know? Thank you guys for being here. I've really enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time. Bye.